somebody said to me, "So you're building a new arena in town?" What? Somebody might be.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear us?
Well, you possibly could. A lot of things you could do. Depends how much he wants to spend on how much work.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you. We're live to go.
I just wanted to do one housekeeping piece before we started.
Okay.
Now that all members of council are in the room, I do want to take a moment to introduce Nicole Levitt, who is our new legislative and communications coordinator. She's with us on a 6-month secondment, so she's here shadowing today. So welcome to Nicole.
Hello, Nicole.
We're going.
Good morning to everybody for our regular council meeting of June the 23rd at 9:01. I believe we have one open mic. Are they here? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Please state your name.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I have to excuse myself for a conflict of interest.
thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Watson, and I sit on the Executive Board of Directors for the Wetaskiwin and District Museum Society. And I'm here as part of a team of support for the Wetaskiwin and District Heritage Museum. We have a very special announcement. The museum is not closed. In fact, we are open and looking forward to a very exciting summer and a tremendous 40th year. With that, I'd like you to meet Milo, the mascot for the Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum. They're here to encourage everyone to take a walk on the Wetaskiwin historical side. The Wetaskiwin and District Heritage Museum, located in the heart of our historic downtown, has been preserving our history since 1986, which makes this our 40th year of serving this community, and we're marking it with a very special fundraising event and activity. Every year, the museum participates in Canada Day, and this year is extra special. We're open from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and we'll have activities throughout the museum, including the ever-popular Spin to Win Wheel of Prizes, a gigantic sale throughout our gift store and wool shop, snow cones, popcorn, cake, and limited edition hot and cold drinks. Will you choose the Spicy Canuck Latte, the Passionate Pioneer Iced Tea, or Milo's S'mores Soda? This year, we're even participating in the Canada Day Parade. Watch for our very special entry with our very honored guest. To make the day extra special, we are relaunching the city's Heritage Walk with our favorite guide, Milo. Milo's been exploring Wetaskiwin for several years, and it's taken them a lot of thoughtful deliberation to curate a list of the top 40 historic and uniquely Wetaskiwin places. In true Milo fashion, although painfully slow, their notes are cryptic, and even we can't figure out what they're trying to tell us. So we need your help. We're encouraging everyone to register for Milo's Heritage Walk, a self-guided tour throughout the city that is a fundraiser for the Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum, with a lot of emphasis on fun. Registration fees are $40 for our 40th year, and participants receive a map and a clue book, and no, that's not a big enough word, thank you to the incredible generosity of a national organization, a pair of genuine Croc shoes. Sizes and colors are limited, so early registration is encouraged. This self-guided walk is not limited to Canada Day. All participants have until August 15th to register and visit all 40 locations, fill out their clue books, and turn their completed list into the museum for a chance to win a prize pack. All registered participants will be recognized by adding their name to our Milo's Heritage Walk of Fame on display at the museum. 40 locations means 40 reasons to walk throughout the city this summer. We are asking people to rediscover Wetaskiwin, its history, its businesses, its landmarks. That's good for the museum, it's good for the downtown, and it's great for our community. Milo says it doesn't matter if you want to walk at the pace of a sloth. It's all about the journey and learning about the deeply rich history of Wetaskiwin. Milo also says that some of the clues require a little museum sleuthing. So if the day is too warm, a walk through the museum will extend that exploration in a cooler setting. Which of our council members will be the first to register? And for the camera. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We will move on to approval of the agenda or additions or corrections. Also, any consent agenda. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add 3 items in closed section under section 29.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to add an agenda item, please. Letter of support
Okay.
for Wetaskiwin Boys and Girls Club.
Okay.
I would like to pull from the consent agenda 9.2, facility use policy, and 9.3, facility rental and marketing update. And I'd like to add 2
Yeah.
items to closed session under section 30 and section 22, please.
Go ahead. Thank you. 2 items.
In closed session, that's correct, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Are we pulling from consent agenda before we adopt the agenda? Through the chair to, can we, if that's the case, then I'd also like to pull 9.1.
Thank you, Councillor Billingsley. Councillor White.
Since we're pulling from the consent agenda now, I'd like to pull 6.1, Council Action Task Summary, and 9.4, City Manager Report.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, can I get the approved agenda as presented or additions, please?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Can I have a motion to adopt the minutes, please? Councillor Boyle.
I move that council adopts the regular council meeting minutes for June 9th, 2026 as presented.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried, thank you. We will move on to consent agenda. Item 6.1. Councillor White.
I move the council approves the consent agenda for June 23 as amended.
Thank you. We'll move on to 6.1.
Mr. Mayor, there must be a vote.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Jacqueline. All of those in favor? Thank you. We'll move to 6.1. Councillor White.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of items on this council action task summary just for clarification.
Go ahead.
I'm going to work through the list. I don't have a question on every single item, but a number of them. First in the list is Council accepts intergovernment affairs policy. It says a due date of June 23, which is today. And the last comment in it says scheduled to be presented today, but I don't see it. Can I ask for a date of when?
Through the chair to Councillor White, this was meant to be amended to the next meeting. We didn't get the plan back from our GR firm until it was too late for this publishing, and we just forgot to update the note. So it'll be July 14th.
Thank you. Similar, looking for a new date through the chair to administration on the either new date or moving it as complete. I think it's a new date. In the item that is titled Council directs administration to initiate the pilot program discussed in closed session at 14.4 and report back to council prior to the program implementation. I believe we addressed it at the last meeting and it was pushed forward, but the notes and the due date have not changed in this action task summary. Can I, through the chair to administration, can I have a date of when we can expect the next action on this?
Through the chair to council, we are just reaching out to the interested parties now, and we actually met with them last week, so we can set some dates now that we've had our initial meeting with them. So that will be updated here shortly.
Sorry, can you give, through the chair to administration, can I have a date so that when I compare my notes next month, I have something to go on other than we'll get to you shortly?
Well, it depends on our further meetings with the interested parties, whether what the next dates will be, but we can expect that this will be brought back to council within the next 1 or 2 council meetings.
Are you suggesting July the 28th?
I've got it, I'll ask.
Thank you.
The next item in this action task summary that I'm inquiring about is the item related to the 2025 audited financial statements and the recommendations. I see a number of recommendations in the report that we have in today's council meeting, but there was one item on the report that I'm not totally sure I have an answer to, and that is the recommendation C, which was review the updated purchasing policy to establish control to monitor and ensure appropriate approval process and threshold criteria. It says it isn't directly in the report, at least I didn't see it. When can we expect to see that policy?
Through the chair to Councillor White, this is one of the policies that's on our P&T agenda right now. So if the change to procedural bylaw gets approved today, we will flip those over into committee of the whole, and then it'll be scheduled in through the typical council process. So it's on our list, and we're hoping, depending on what we get through today, it could be scheduled for the next meeting or the one after.
Thank you. Next item is the 2026 tax recovery reserve bid, and the action was that council approved the reserve bids and terms of condition of sale for the 26 tax recovery sale as presented. And it says a date in August, but I thought that is what we had completed recently. So help me understand what we have done. So that's through the chair to administration, please.
Through the chair to Councillor White, the tax sale is scheduled for August 12th, so you did approve the bid, the items, the properties, and the minimum bid price, and we will bring it to the public on August 12th. That note could have been clearer.
Thank you. I think through the chair to administration, the last item on the list says containment of garbage containers and is listed as complete. I saw an update on that at our last meeting, but can I have a verbal update? Is that really complete?
Through the chair to council. So the action on there was to bring the report back to council, and that was included in council's package on the June 9th regular council meeting.
Thank you. An update was provided.
Correct.
That's not what we had. My final question through the chair to administration is on another item that's marked as complete, and it's the 26 Fleet Capital Replacement Phase 1. And the action was that council approve an amendment to the 26 capital budget to the amount of $695,000 for the 26 Fleet Capital Replacement Phase 1 to be funded from Fleet Reserve. I believe that's done, and I wanted confirmation that this will be tracked through the capital tracker so that I can see that this money is actually gets spent on what was allocated.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor White, that is correct. It will be tracked.
On the capital trackers where I should look for it?
Yes, it will be updated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is the end of my questions on this action tracker.
Thank you, and we'll move to item 9 from the consent agenda, 9.2. Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Billingsley, am I too far ahead?
Mr. Mayor, yes. I think we should be a delegation of stars. 8.1.
Do we not have to accept it as information?
Yeah.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Councillor White?
I move that we accept the, sorry, one moment, please. Yeah. I move that we accept the council action task summary as information.
Thank you. All of those in favor? Carried. I see no public hearing, so we'll move to 8.1, stars.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
So, Mayor and Council, it's my pleasure to bring you your annual update of STARS. I'm Glenda Farndon. I'm the Senior Municipal Relations Liaison for STARS, working with councils all across the province as well as into northeastern BC. And pleased to see some familiar faces as well as some new faces this year. Just waiting. Thank you. So last year, December 1st, 2025, marked the actual 40th anniversary of STARS serving Albertans. More than 66,000 missions flown during that time, and more importantly, that we continued to maintain our charitable model in the fact that there is no bill to the patient. This is not possible without partnership. So we thank you very much for your partnership with STARS. So Dr. Greg Powell was our original founder. He believed that no matter where you work, play, or travel, it should never impact your chance for survival. Unfortunately, before we could celebrate our 40th anniversary and all of his vision, we lost Dr. Powell last year on April 30th, and it was very devastating to our team. But we have made a new vision in the fact that we are now going to look forward to sustainable plan for the future, for the next 40 years, for our children and grandchildren and those generations yet to come. So we are now under the leadership of Dr. John Froh. He is the new president and CEO of STARS. He's not new to STARS. He has been with STARS 13 years, previously held the role of Chief Medical Officer for all 6 bases in 3 provinces across Western Canada. So I can assure you that we are once again under the leadership of a very exemplary critical care physician, and we are in very good hands as we move forward. For a financial picture, we are now at $36.6 million per year for 3 bases in Alberta, Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie. So this is about an $800,000 per year increase per base from what I had presented to you previously. So now $12.2 million per base. This is for operational costs only. We do continue to have $15 million block funding from Alberta Health Services, so that represents 41% of our operational budget, leaving 59% that must continue to be fundraised each year. Of course, a big part of that 59% of fundraising is community events, as well as our beloved STARS Alberta Lottery, which is in its 33rd year. We just finished that in April. And as we move forward, all operational costs do not include administration costs, does not include education and training, or any of the highly specialized equipment on board. We reach out to individual donors and the corporate sector for additional funds for all of these items. And so 80% of our mission volume, number 1 is cardiac, followed by vehicle incident, other medical, which would include stroke as well as trauma. So 80% of everything we do every day is highly critical. We continue to be a leader in innovation by having been surpassed more than 10 years of carrying universal blood on board. Previously, we carried 2 units of universal blood. We've seen so many high-level trauma cases where patients are at very high risk of bleeding out, so we've now increased to carrying 4 units of universal blood on board. We also, last year, I presented that we have the new massive hemorrhage protocol, so it's a brand new medication for these very high-level, high-risk patients, in the fact that we can now apply 2 units of blood and apply the massive hemorrhage protocol, which is a special medication to help these types of patients to build blood clots, and then follow with the second 2 units of blood. So it is a game changer in the fact of these very high-risk patients. We also carry the thrombolytics on board for heart attack and stroke. And next year, I will be bringing you a very in-depth look at a lot of the highly specialized equipment on board. So hope that you will look forward to that. Of course, another key aspect is the fact that STARS is borderless. We have 10 brand new H-145 helicopters to serve all 6 bases across Western Canada. Our helicopters and all crew members cross all borders across Western Canada. Last year, we were able to assist in the fact of the rock slide out of Banff. Previously, over the last 6 or 7 years, there has been some very intensive, significant multi-casualty incidents across all provinces in Western Canada. And STARS has been able to provide interprovincial multiple helicopter response. So we'll have a look at a 5-year overview for the city of Wetaskiwin as well as the county. So in total, 385 missions flown in the past 5 years, including the first up to May 31st of 2026, 21 missions so far to that date. 80% of all missions that we fly within the county are for the city of Wetaskiwin and area. You have a very busy hospital here. We are also able to respond for the critical interfacility transfers. So these are patients that have been taken by local ground ambulance to your nearest hospital, which is the City of Wetaskiwin Hospital. And because of it is of a critical nature, then STARS is called. So including those interfacility transfers as well as very local scene calls for your area. 385. City of Wetaskiwin Hospital is one of the top 3 hospitals we serve in Alberta. So all scene calls, as well as we have done some search and rescue here. We're very fortunate that we can be a first call for RCMP for search and rescue as well, while they're putting together search and rescue teams. So all scene calls and search and rescue are coded to the nearest community. We actually use landing location in order to identify that it has occurred within the county of Wetaskiwin boundaries. On the left-hand side, you'll see the mission locations represented by all the blue dots. So we very much cover almost every square inch of the county of Wetaskiwin. Next. And of course, our STARS transport physicians are available 24/7. And now, with being able to utilize the latest in technology, we can also provide virtual care for your Wetaskiwin Hospital and your medical professionals. So this is a really important factor in the instance that maybe the helicopter's out on another mission and cannot respond physically. If your hospital is calling and they are presented with a high-risk patient or trauma patient, that we can still, through our Emergency Link Center, the STARS transport physicians are available to provide virtual care. So it's just like FaceTime. And they can show the condition of the patient. It's a very secure link. They can talk back and forth. Our transport physicians can not only provide critical care guidance, but as well procedural guidance if maybe they need to intubate a patient, for example, which we do every day. So this is a key aspect of how STARS is continuing to work very closely with the communities we serve and be able to provide critical care in many other aspects beyond just the physical response. And of course, I'm always very excited to bring you further information about the International Air Medical Transport Conference Simulation Competition. In the fact that this year, each year, this is a worldwide rigorous competition. And each different organization, most of them throughout the world that compete, are for-profit organizations, unlike STARS, that is a charitable organization. Each year, STARS hosts our own internal competition at each one of our 6 bases to allow one team of 2 from each base to compete with each other for the final honor of representing STARS internationally each year. Last year, in October 28th of 2025, marked the 23rd year that STARS has participated in this international competition. And I'm proud to say that once again, for the 23rd year, STARS has placed top 3 in the world, all 23 years. And last year, once again, for the 9th time, STARS crew took first place. So we are very, very proud of our critical care crew and their expertise, and we are very dedicated to bringing your residents the highest level of critical care that's available across Western Canada. So this will show you where we're at. This is on a series of clicks. So currently, one click please. This shows you, it will progress to show you 95% of the entire promises in partnership. Currently, what you see there are those that have come on board, but they are at a less than $2 per capita minimum, which we request as regional leaders, which includes the City of Wetaskiwin. But I have made graduated proposals to each one of these in hopes that we will have a full regional leader partnership across the province. One click, please. This represents all of those that are regional leaders, meaning that they are above the $2 per capita minimum, up to over $100 per capita. and everything in between. So more than 80% of the entire province, including into 7 different districts in northeastern BC, are all of regional leaders. One click, please. This represents our 9 provincial leaders. So they are at significant contributions each year to ensure the sustainability of STARS, and each one is represented on the STARS helicopter, having reached more than $1 million in contributions collectively or consecutively. For the 9 provincial leaders, last week we had another municipal logo unveiling for special areas that they had a logo unveiling and have now reached provincial leader status. And this week on Thursday we will be having another municipal logo unveiling for Mountain View County that has now crossed over $500,000, and Foothills County yet to come once we receive a date. So we continue to have very united partnership across the entire province, and we were very happy to welcome Town of Millet this year also as regional leader. One more click, please. And this is the final to show you anything outlined in red means a complete regional partnership. That means that each one of those counties have now included every town and village that lies within their boundaries, which with the Town of Millet coming on board now includes the County of Wetaskiwin as well. Next slide, please. So in closing, I would like to say thank you very much. We really appreciate the municipal partnership that we share. Your current support has been at $19,000 per year fixed rate of support. We appreciate the fixed rate of support because then we do not see fluctuation as we continue to, mission volume continues to increase. Fuel and medical supplies are continuing to increase, and we cannot determine each year how many missions we are going to fly, but it continues to rise. So currently you're at $1.50 per capita based on your fixed rate of support. We would like to ask for your kind consideration of a graduated proposal to join more than 80% of the entire province that is at a regional leader status. So I'd like to propose a graduated proposal that for your next year's budget deliberations that you would move to $1.75 per capita, and then during your council term the following year to the $2 per capita regional leader. Together we will continue to not only save lives, but together we are saving families and saving futures. STARS is committed, as you can see in this photo right here. We are committed to providing critical care anywhere, and that means that we depend on partnership. So thank you very much.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, sir. I move that Council accepts the annual STARS update report and presentation as information. And I just have a comment. Glenda, I know we have a connection because your presentations are always very emotional to me in that, as you know, STARS impacted my, not physical life, but my personal life yes. very effectively, and it is one of those things that when it's needed, you're so grateful for. And it might be something that you don't think we can all buy our bandages and our calendars and those things, but I do believe that it is part of our mission as a city council and as regional leaders to ensure that this program continues. So thank you for your work and for coming back and visiting us and proposing your request. That will come later. Budget happens later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I do have a question, and I don't want to make it political, but I don't know how I don't. You mentioned increasing costs, costs of fuel, costs of personnel, costs of administration, costs, and so on. And you also talk about, your presentation was in relation to how communities and partners fund STAR's operation. What has been the provincial government contribution in the context of, is it going up as your costs go up? Is it a flat line? Like,
Okay.
I guess you're asking us to consider going on to a graduated scale, and I suspect you're doing that with any group that's below a provincial leader status. I just wonder how the request to municipalities changes potentially based on provincial funding.
Okay.
So let me maybe I can make it easier in simply saying, are you seeing an increase at the provincial level due to rising costs of operations?
We are able to go back to the table. We are currently in a 10-year agreement for the $15 million block funding per year. We recognize that Alberta Health Services is our largest funding partner that we have. We hold 3 different agreements with 3 different provincial governments, so Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. Previously, we had a 10-year agreement with Alberta Health Services from 2010 to 2020, and that was at 20% government funding. So they basically doubled for this new agreement what they previously had given, and we're very grateful for that because that provides a significant amount of sustainability. There is the opportunity if costs get to be, continuing to rise, that we can go back to the table to renegotiate. So we can continue to work very closely with them. Representing, what the municipal government does for us, collectively, what you saw on the map, first and foremost, those municipalities all recognize STARS not as a charitable model. They recognize us as an extension of their emergency protective services that they provide for their residents. And with that, then collectively, what you saw on the map currently generates almost $2.5 million per year. So it's still a very small piece, but it's a very united effort, and I believe that that's the most important piece. So if we can get to where we are not at 85% regional leader status, that we are collectively 100%, that will even push that just that little bit more, but really does provide that sustainable plan that we're looking for the next 40 years.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, thank you for what STARS does in our community and throughout the province. Obviously, there is a huge need for this service. I'm going to follow up on Councillor Nielsen talking about the provincial portion. In your deck, you stated that the provincial government's contribution is $15 million. So what was the amount that they've been contributing prior to the 15? Like, in other words, is the 15 million what it was when you talked about a 10-year contract, or is that an increase from previous years?
It's an increase. Like now, previously we were receiving, it was roughly averaging out to about $7.2 million per year on our previous. So they have more than doubled what they were previously did from 2010 to 2020 on that particular agreement.
I think you said that they are...
So they're at $15 million per year block funding.
And just direct operating costs about 42%, thereabouts.
41%.
41%, thank you. You also stated that STARS also goes into BC.
We do.
So does the BC government contribute at all as well?
We have an agreement with them. Well, first and foremost, the northern 7 districts in the northeastern BC have joined on with the municipal program. So they are contributing over $3 per capita roughly $510,000 every 3 years. So that's over and above. We have an agreement with BC government, so they do, at a reduced rate, provide us some support or pay for missions that are flown in BC.
And would that then be part of the 36.6?
No, this is strictly for Alberta. So when I'm talking the 36.6, that's the operational cost for Alberta. Does not include recovery costs that we might receive for any missions flown in BC.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for the information. STAR does a beautiful job in keeping Albertans alive. And you're doing a great work, and we hope to see you for many, many years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We hope to serve your area for many, many years to come as well. Well, it's important to, have that opportunity to work together. I did bring you the new calendar, or this year's calendar. The new calendars will come out next month. And also the latest horizons. I actually met this Cindy Long. She's the key VIP story in the latest, and she was present at the Special Areas logo unveiling last week, so I got to actually meet her. So really compelling stories. But thank you again for your partnership. I look forward to seeing you next year with another update. And thank you for your consideration.
I have a motion, please, to accept as information. All of those in favor? Carried, thank you. We'll move on to
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. So you capture the financial requests for budget process and deliberations?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we did.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll move on to Committee of the Whole, item 9.1. And Councillor Billingsley, you have a question to that one.
Yeah, I move that Council accepts the update on recommendations from the 2025 Audited Consolidated Financial Report as information. I do have a question followed by a statement, I guess. Through the chair to administration, in the report on the first page, I think that there's an error, and I just want to make sure that the error, that I've got it right. The very last sentence, it talks about grant totaling, is that 347,000? As opposed to, because on the next page, it shows 347,433, and I just want to make sure that that indeed is the correct number.
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, you are correct.
Okay, and then following up on that, it says will be included in the capital budget to be spent. Are you telling us?
No, no. I think what the RFD didn't get updated, and there were subsequent conversations after the fact. Originally, we had thought that the facility life cycle projects were fully expended, and we were told they were not. So they've been previously approved. They're going to be completed this year, and the neighborhood renewal stuff will be a different discussion.
But I'm just wondering, the wording should be consideration to be spent as opposed to...
Well, that whole sentence should be removed.
Okay.
Because it's actually being used for what it was approved for.
Okay. Now my comments. I think it's very... Over the last 6 months, 8 months, I've received some messages, whether they're a phone call and or just conversation. The city needs to audit their books. We do every year. And I think that that's very critical that the community understands that this is an audited, consolidated financial statement that is provided to council, that we are provided by Matrix. The recommendations, I'm happy to see that that were provided to us are being followed up on, and some of them have indeed been completed. So thank you to administration.
Councillor White?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. In the list of MSI projects, there was one that I didn't recognize. I was just asking, can I get a very brief update on what is the disaster recovery site for 24,000?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we'll have to look up the charter. Toulouse was meant to be here, but she's sick today, and she had all of the answers to this. So I would have to look up the project charter, and I can send it out to council.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, can I have a vote to accept this as information, please? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We will move on to 9.2. Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the council accepts the draft of City Facilities Use Policy CO-063 as information. I have a number of questions, please.
Go
If I
ahead.
may. I guess the reason I asked to pull this is before us as information, so I'm making an assumption it's coming back to us in a subsequent meeting for approval. And there's elements in here that I am struggling with. So I'll speak to those. If I can find my place here. The first item falls under insurance requirements for facility use number 9, and in particular 9.1, where we're talking about we must maintain a certificate of insurance, and where required must obtain, maintain, produce. So what is the differential in those two statements? Like if we do number 1, have we not achieved number 2? Or if we've done number 2, have we not achieved Part A?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the first one refers to having that certificate of insurance. The second bullet, B, is a requirement that the users must obtain it, must maintain it, and more importantly, produce it to administration to add to their user agreement so that we have proof of it for our records. And so we know that they have it for their records and we have it for our records.
I guess my question is if they obtained, maintained, and produced for you, does that not meet the requirements of A?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, those two bullets could be changed into one article as opposed to the two separate ones.
I guess I would ask to have that looked at because I think that they're one and the same in the way they've been explained. And then going on, in 9.1 we're saying they must maintain, they must obtain, they must produce. And then 9.2 says, however, it may be waived. So they must have it, but maybe they don't have to have it. But it indicates under 9.2, low-risk activities may be waived at the discretion of the city. And I guess my question is, who is the city? Is it the supervisor, the front desk operator, the facility operator? And I suspect that will come up under procedures. But I guess as a councilor, I'd like to know who's making the decision about, on the one hand, we're saying you must have insurance, but then somebody in the organization may choose to waive it. And I'd like some clarity on that.
Through the chair to Council Nielsen, that decision would rest upon myself as manager of the department, and should there be an appeal or a inquiry, if someone doesn't like my decision, it would likely go to the general manager or to the city manager.
And again, if the position has been identified that it's yourself as the manager, then I think it should be in the policy that the manager has the right to waive. And then going on to 9.4. No, I'm going to back up. Under 9.2, there's a statement there, and I don't know if it's intended or if it's a typo. The city manager or designated. Is it designate or is it designated? And
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that should be designate.
okay, thank you. I didn't.
So thank you.
Okay. Under 9.4, under insurance assistance, the city may provide general information regarding insurance priorities or providers, but the city does not guarantee coverage of availability. And again, I'm wondering, is that we're not guaranteeing coverage of availability or coverage? I'm having some trouble understanding the intent of that statement.
Through the chair to Council Nielsen, I will take a look at that, because that does not make sense to me at this moment as well either.
Thank you.
So there's likely a word missing.
Sure.
When I read that to mean the city does not guarantee the availability of the potential insurance providers.
Okay. So you wouldn't have any trouble fulfilling
Not at all.
this policy?
Because it's saying does not guarantee coverage of availability or endorse any provider. That I read that as that.
Okay. I'll leave that with, sure. And on number 10, failure to provide insurance or a valid certificate of insurance. Is there a difference? I don't know.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the failure to provide insurance would be denied, that they're denying that they do not want to get additional insurance. And if they say they have insurance and they don't provide the certificate of insurance, then we have the right to deny the booking, cancel the booking, or revoke the space and use privileges.
No, I understand that, but is there a difference between insurance or a valid certificate of insurance? Like, again, it's a matter, I want, is it a failure to provide insurance will result in a denial? Or what is the difference in the term insurance or a valid certificate of insurance? Are they the same, or is there something different between those two terms?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I would need to check in with our insurance agent. That is some of the wording that they provided.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Hoyle and then Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Through the chair to Zanette. So I too have a bit of a problem with 9.4, which is the insurance assistance. Why would we offer that at all?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, some insurance providers may not provide that kind of insurance for an organization or for an individual, so they may refer them to another insurance company. And so one of the opportunities we have through Alberta Munis is through that instant risk coverage. So if someone is having a hard time getting a hold of their broker or just doesn't want to potentially attach it to their personal insurance liability, they can go through the instant risk coverage and get that in coverage for their event, and it's just for that event or that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elder?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask, so have we had this type of policy in place prior to this? Or is this something new?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, this is something brand new.
And is this a mandatory thing or just a suggested?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, most municipalities have some sort of policy or some sort of directive that in relation to their facility use. In some communities, it is embedded within their rental policies or their agreements with in general. So it's not a specific facility use policy. It might be related specifically to special events and a policy around special events.
Okay. So is this protecting, I just need to understand, this is protecting personal liability or this is ensuring insurance against the city?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, to Councillor Elder, it is both.
Okay, so when I look at this, and I'll go back to see 9 point. Go to the section where somebody could, where the heck did I have it? Where we could decide that they didn't need the insurance. Then I look at your list of Schedule A, low risk. I look at the list of all the stuff there. Any of those events people could get hurt in. Like it doesn't make sense to me as to how we're saying we have to have insurance, but we'll let it go on you because you're dog training. So you're dog training, you trip over your dog, you fall, you break your arm. Like I don't understand why we have a low risk, a medium risk, same coverage, then we got a high risk at a higher, and I look at the events that you're putting in here. There's a risk to everything we do. So I guess my concern is, since we're trying to rent facilities, is this another obstacle for people not to rent facilities here?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, it's not intended to provide a barrier. It is intended to provide and ensure there's protection. That they have, their volunteers are protected, their organizers are protected, the taxpayers are protected, and that participants are protected. So every event is slightly different, and what we are working towards as administration is a matrix to determine which activities might have their insurance waived. And so some examples include a board meeting, small workshops, or community meetings. And the characteristics of those are minimal physical activity, small attendance, and a low probability of injury. And those are the kinds of events that those events could be waived, their insurance could be waived. When we become more active, higher attendance, more things that people can walk into, bump into, that could move something up into a medium risk. And that's when we would start to request and require that there is insurance coverage.
Okay, so the last comment then, you had said other municipalities or some municipalities have an embedded insurance policy built into theirs already?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, they have a policy embedded into their procedural directives. It's not an insurance. The insurance is totally up to the organization or the organizer, and the city, other municipalities don't take on that liability.
Okay, so last question, I promise. in the last couple of years, let's just go 2 or 3 years even, have we had any insurance claims? Have we had anybody break a leg tripping over something, or have we had any big lawsuits in regards to this stuff?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, the city would typically be named in a lawsuit. It is whether or not we are proven to be negligible and whether we hold that liability for being negligent.
Okay, I won't ask
But-
anymore.
but the
Thank you.
But the question is, have we ever been charged? That is the question. Have we ever been charged over the last 2, 3 years of any incident that occurred?
Through the chair to council, the city has been named on lawsuits in the last 2 or 3 years in city facilities, yes.
During when somebody had rented the event, or during our own? We're talking about rental.
Mayor Bronco, we do not discuss legal matters in a public meeting. It would have to go
Thank
into
you.
closed.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess to council, I'm okay with having the low risk, medium risk. Council Elder spoke a little bit about concerns about hurting the rentals, whether they had to get insurance. And I think that the ones that would be a little more apprehensive of renting because they had to get some form of liability insurance would be the low risk items, the low risk things where somebody comes in for a board meeting, or baton twirling, I guess, is one of the things that is described there. Whereas if you were having a big social event at the co-op place, there's a lot more risk. And I think, to me, this kind of alleviates your concern of, we don't want to hold anybody back, but we also are here to mitigate risk against the city. And like as administration has said, we always get named, no matter whether we're at fault or not. So I'm okay with the scheduling of what it is. I do share some of the concerns that Councillor Nielsen had in regards to some of the wording, but the having the low, medium, and high risk, I'm good with. So.
Thank you. I do have a question for you, Zanette. A couple questions here that brings some attention to me as well, the definition of city facility. So one question, I'll have a couple more. On Canada Day Parade, if that is put on by the, let's say, the fire department, I don't know who's putting it on or not, does that group have to have an insurance? Because it says any roads or anything that's maintained by the city.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, the roadway is considered a city facility, and if a outside organization was putting on the parade, not the city of Wetaskiwin, then yes, they would need to have additional insurance for that event. And Alberta Munis, in my conversation with them, also indicated that the parade float, like the actual float organizers, may want to have additional insurance, depending on their float. That is up to them. That is not something that the city would require, because we are the event organizer for Canada Day.
So we are putting on the Canada Day Parade.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, yes, we are.
Okay, another question. When our facility, the soccer fields, the football fields, do the sports organization have, when they rent that, because they pay a fee to rent that, do they have, or will they have to now bring a $5 million liability letter saying that they're covered? Same with hockey.
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, most of those sport organizations are run by either a local not-for-profit sport organization or their provincial sport organization, and in some cases their national sport organization. And in those cases there is adequate coverage for them within their umbrella organizations to not have to have that for their scheduled practices. If they were hosting a soccer tournament and there were other teams coming from other places in the province, that is something that we would ask to have that certificate of insurance or that proof of insurance to ensure that that they are covered the way they need to be covered for hosting an event.
So my last question, a couple weeks ago, the Boys and Girls Club had closed the road over by the Legion. Did they have an insurance policy or any letters to cover that?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, at this time, no, because we do not have this policy in place. Once the policy is in place, then it would be applied to any events and activities going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Sorry, I said no more. Got two more. So I just see in medium risk something that says Frisbee. So at Peace Hills Park, we have an 18-hole. So do these people have to have insurance to play there now? Or if they're having a tournament, is that when they have to? But just a general, if I go there and start playing Frisbee, I don't need to have insurance.
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, if you're just playing there, no, you would not need to have insurance. If there was a tournament there, like it is planned tomorrow, they would need to have insurance if we had had this policy approved and before the event was registered.
Okay, so you say they have a tournament. I'm just trying to understand. So do they rent this space then from us?
Through the
this
chair,
tournament?
through the chair to Mayor Elder, yes, they would book it. It could be considered a bookable space.
Do you have any idea what costs for a $2 million liability? Do you have an idea what these people have to incur?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, unfortunately, I do not, because I believe it depends on the insurance provider and what you might have in, what the organization might have in their policy or what the individual might have in their policy.
Okay, yeah, I just see lots of holes, but I'll have to think about this still. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
So I have one further question. Would a block party in a neighborhood have to have, if this gets passed, would a block party in a neighborhood would have to come now to have a permit to have a little party on, say, in front of their cul-de-sac?
Through the chair to Mayor Branco, if a block party was registered through the city of Wetaskiwin and they had inflatables or they were serving alcohol, we would, or they were going to have attendance greater than 100, we would want to see some sort of insurance coverage. If a block party happens organically and we're not aware of it, then there would be no need for insurance.
Thank you. Can I have a vote? Any further questions? If not, can I have a vote on as information? All of those in favor? Thank you. We'll move on to 9.3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked this to be pulled from the consent agenda. I would like to move the council accepts the facility rental marketing update as information, and I do have a couple of questions for Zanette.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette, the document starts talking right off the bat about what the goal was, which was to increase rental revenue. And most of the report talked about lessons learned in the process. In the summary statement, they said there are bookable spaces that are guided by scheduling restrictions that prioritize local user groups. And I'm wondering, what are the restrictions that are creating problems for bookable spaces because we are prioritizing local user groups?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the most organizations, most individuals will stay within their region, their municipality to book, and we want to provide accessibility for our residents first. And the ability to promote and use a facility within our community ensures that there is that accessibility and that, sorry, I'm struggling with words right now.
Okay, I'll put it a little bit different, and maybe this will help you out a little bit. There was a time a number of years ago where the conversation about booking, particularly ice facilities, was discussed at council. And we were informed at the time that we waited for our own local organizations to identify their schedules before we could make spaces that were not booked by the local groups available to outside agencies or sports groups. And in doing so, we may have lost the opportunity to outside groups to book because they shopped elsewhere because they couldn't wait any longer. We've had conversations in P&T where we talked about potentially losing bookings from other hockey associations or figure skating associations or what have you, because we're waiting on our own people to respond to a timeline. And I guess what I'm really wondering here is, have we established timelines to hear back from our local groups that are compromising our ability to rent outside of our local group?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the timeline is based on local organizations that that are part of, not might be, but are part of a larger organization. So minor hockey, we have Wetaskiwin minor hockey, and then we have Alberta minor hockey. And so if Wetaskiwin minor hockey provides their bookings to us, and we say the deadline, I'm just going to pick a date,
Sure.
is September 30th. If administration's team has provided, regular updates and something comes up, then there is consideration given, and the process typically is that administration checks in with that local organization to say, do you still need this date? Can we negotiate? And part of the user group meeting that happens over the summer is to have that conversation with different user groups, and knowing that outside groups may book that space. And when it does happen, there's that opportunity, there's that latitude, because we've had that discussion with all the local user groups to say, what are your needs? What is the bookings looking like? What are your time slots that you need? And so that's typically done as close or as early as possible, so that if there is a weekend that is available or a time slot that is available, it can be booked by an outside user.
Do we have comparables? And you mentioned that we want to hear back from our different ICE groups in September. So does Camrose have a September booking date, and does Leduc have a September booking date, or are they booking in May and June for their local organizations? In other words, are our own local organizations negatively impacting our ability to rent our space because they're not planning ahead? and I don't mean that in any way sense as a criticism. I know a couple of years ago we had a conversation about outside agencies wanting to book our facilities. They had their plans made months and months and months in advance of our closure date for local people to say, oh, I need this time frame. So I'm having trouble understanding how outside groups are trying to book facilities around the province in advance of our own groups booking locally.
Isn't that, sorry.
And so these outside groups go shopping elsewhere. And I'm wondering, on the comparable basis, are we in line with the booking timeframes of comparable communities?
Councillor Nielsen, I'm going to answer this one. We have had discussions internally about bringing a policy back to council before the end of summer to address this, because we are not in line with other communities and what they do.
We are not.
We
Is
are
that what you're
not.
saying? Thank you. Thank you for that. And I'm sorry I was rambled on. I do that. Coming out of the document, there's some specific recommendations. There were 6 recommendations having to do with conversion pathways, target high-value market segments, refine marketing strategy. So while we may not have hit our goal of increasing rental revenue, we've learned some lessons along the way, which will hopefully take us closer to achieving that goal. And I guess I'm wondering, when will we see a plan that implements the 6 recommendations that are being suggested?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we are working towards developing that plan. The challenge is that some of that marketing is going to take some resources, both human and financial resources, and we are waiting until we have a chance to look at what the 2027 budget will look like for the department in order to really get into the intentionality around that plan. So ideally, the plan would be brought forward in late fall.
Are there any aspects of these 6 recommendations that would fall under a job description of someone that we have currently employed to implement any of these recommendations prior to next budget?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it would need to be a team approach. It would take in order to get this done and do it well, we need to lean on the resources of different departments to work forward in creating that plan and implementing the plan.
Let me take one just stab at this. One of the recommendations was to refine the marketing strategy. And so the document talks about how we've learned the lessons, some lessons about the marketing strategy. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm hearing as much as we have learned some lessons in the marketing strategy, we can't do anything about it currently until we have a more robust plan. And that's why I asked the question is, if we've learned the lessons about a marketing strategy, what is the barrier to starting to implement and address the marketing strategy?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the human resource aspect of it. The respective departments are all they're running at or near capacity, and to add another element on just takes a little more time so that they can build it into their plans.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Just a couple of questions. So when we get, I'm just going to use an example, minor hockey. So if they come in and they book 4 months, we'll say, do they ever, like, are they fully committed to paying that whether they use it or not?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, they pay for what they use, and when a slot becomes available, the facility supervisor in charge of the arena will check in with the other users to see if they are interested in using it, or we will input a program that we are doing, whether it be shinny hockey or stick and puck. However, it is it has not happened, it's not a regular practice. If they've booked a time slot, they are using that time slot. And they are, even if they use just a portion of it.
Okay, but it could happen if they've booked, they expected to have 3 tournaments throughout the year, and one of them cancels 2 weeks prior. They're not committed to paying for that ice time?
Through the chair to Councillor Elder, no.
Okay. Could we put something in there that says, you know, you're booking this time slot. If you cancel, you still got to be paying for it, because now we're taking it out of somebody else's potential use.
Councillor Elder, that's going to be part of the policy that we bring forward.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, can I have a vote to accept this as information? All of those in favor? Carried.
Thank you very much.
Item 9.4.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes, sir.
You asked all in favor.
Yes.
Would you please ask all opposed?
All opposed, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about Councillor Nielsen.
No problem.
We'll move into item number 9.4, City Manager's Report.
Sorry? No, I don't. Sorry, I guess, Sue, if you would proceed with the city manager's report. Is there a motion on the floor?
No, I'd like to make one.
Please do so.
I move that council receive the city manager report as information. I have a couple of questions.
Would you like a report or just have questions answered?
Through the chair to administration, Sue, do you wish to present publicly, or do you want me to go straight to questions?
I would just prefer the questions.
Thank you. I appreciate this report, and I realize it's available to the public through the agenda process. So I will, even though there's a lot of good meat in here, I trust people will look at that for their own use, but I would like to highlight a couple things. Under communications, significant news alerts that went out was the 2026 tax notices. And there was a new communication that went out along with the tax notices. Through the chair to administration, do you have any anecdotal feedback on the new info breakdown page that went out with the tax notices?
Through the chair to Councillor White, we have not had any anecdotal feedback at this point.
Really? Okay. Thank you. Next, with genuine appreciation, I want to comment that I'm glad to see the operating and capital trackers, so that council has the opportunity to be updated regularly on the progress of projects and monies that we've approved to be spent. And so I'd like to follow up on a couple of those items on those trackers. I'll start with the capital one. And mostly these are questions around progress and the comments that are in there that appear to be maybe not up to date or the most recent comments. This report is for as of end of May. In the capital projects one, my first question is around road renewal, and my first question is that 40th Ave, or what is the road renewal that's for 3.6 million? That's got to be more than just 40th Ave. But what all does that include? And the last comment that I see on there related to it says tenders closed April 30th, bids being evaluated and construction to commence to be determined. April 30th, that's quite a while back. Can I have a more current update?
Through the chair to council. Yeah, so the road renewal is 40th Avenue, and the latest update is that they are starting construction this week, if it doesn't keep raining.
Yes. Okay, that's very current. I was just looking for end of May. Thank you. Again, this report is for up to end of May. Sidewalk reconstruction and rehabilitation, and the last comment I have said tender closes May 7th. Bids will be evaluated and construction commenced to be determined. Were bids evaluated and awarded? Sidewalk reconstruction?
Through the chair to council. So again, this one, we just awarded the contract, and the construction is scheduled to start in mid-July.
Airport Apron 2 rehabilitation, 1.5 million. The last comment that I have on this, tender closes April 23rd. Bid evaluation in progress with contract award coming soon. Did that happen on April 23rd, and has the contract been awarded?
Through the chair to council, we just signed the contracts, so construction will be starting in July or August.
Thank you. City Hall concrete walkway. Last comment is tender closes May 7th. Bids will be evaluated and construction commencement to be determined. Is there some update more for end of May for that?
Through the chair to council, this would be the same update as the sidewalk, so the contracts were just signed and construction to start mid-July.
Thank you. Facility HVAC repairs, and it lists a number of facilities. The last comment says RFP bids have been evaluated for the city chiller and city hall and is anticipated to be awarded the week of May 15th. This report was for the end of May, so did that actually happen?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor White, that is correct. The contracts have been awarded and will be progressing in the near future.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, a comment, not a question. I see the progress on the replacement of the entrance signs. Those are looking good. Thank you for that. Following the tour that City Council got to have of a number of city facilities yesterday, I think I have the answer to this, but I want to ask it because I'd like to see it updated on this tracker. Arena 1 dressing room bench replacement. Last comment in progress says bids have been reviewed and evaluated as of February 28th. Administration is reviewing submissions and conducting visits to other local arenas to verify quality as part of the evaluation to occur by the end of March. Contract award is expected by end of April 26. Again, this report was for end of May. Have those been awarded and done?
Through the chair to council, yes, that work has been done.
For the percentage completed, are we close to 100% on that?
Through the chair to council, there's just some touch-up paint work, so we're probably like 99% done.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions for the capital tracker. Let's move to operating. Landfill closure report. Last comment was, administration awarded the contract on May 19th and has compiled and provided all necessary information for the consultant's analysis. Had a due date of April 30th. What is a realistic due date for when we're going to receive this report?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor White, the excellent question. We have just finalized our review of the report that we received back, so we will be working towards submitting that report.
I'm not sure if this date is going to be updated, or we'll leave it as past due for April 30th, or will through the chair to administration, will the due date be changed, or will the progress comments be updated with an anticipated date?
Yes, through the chair, the date was the anticipated arrival of the report, which was received at that time. Okay. We will now bring it and update this date for council.
Thank you. Then through the chair to administration, we received the report from the consultant. The city received the report from the consultant. When should council anticipate receiving the report?
We'll provide it when our agenda best suits it, but probably before the end of Q3.
Thank you. I'll watch for that. Next question, outdoor or exterior plugs for operations building. Again, it was, I appreciated the tour yesterday and getting to see where that was for and what it was. The last comment on the progress is project is on hold due to funding shortfall. An additional $12,000 is required to complete a full scope of work. My question for that is, will there be a request for more money, or is the required money anticipated to be found elsewhere? Through the chair to administration.
Through the chair to Councillor White, typically when we have a project that's over budget, we will wait to see where all the other tenders close, and then when we come back, we would look for a rescoping of those dollars rather than ask for new money. So we will likely come forward in the next month or so and ask for that, but this may not be the only one, so we like to kind of do them all at once.
Thank you.
And if we can't find the money, then we would ask council to reduce the scope, and we would do it in a couple of phases.
Sounds like a reasonable plan. I'll watch for that. Wanted to comment, the painting at the library AC is 100% complete, and I've had positive feedback both from the library board and as a patron there. I appreciate having that been done. Next item in this operating tracker is City Hall ground maintenance. I see it at 0%, and I realize there's a due date not till end of October, but I also see no comments in the progress, so I was wondering an update of what's up around City Hall ground maintenance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor White. Some of the work has started to be completed. We did do some aeration. We repaired the sprinklers and repaired the sprinkler timing plan as well. So we are looking to do some top coating, dressing, and some tree care as well in the near future. So that is ongoing and expected to be complete this season.
Thank you. Next is an item that I personally always struggle to really understand. The Enterprise Resource Planning System Implementation Consulting for 100,000. Having a due date of, I think that's June 4th. Last comments on here is current project is divided into the following phases. Phase 0, ERP readiness and support consultant RFP released April 22nd. And to the purchasing connection will close on May 7th. Did that actually happen? And is there an update that is more relevant than looking forward to May 7th?
Through the chair to Councillor White, this project is on track. I'm just looking at this date here, and this isn't correct. I do apologize. We'll go back in the system and ensure that's correct. The actual anticipated end date of this project is year end. And just a reminder to council, for the enterprise resource planning software, this is a 2-phase project. So this is currently the first phase, where we're working with a consultant to get ready to actually go and get the software. So the project team is currently reviewing the submissions to the tender. So yeah, everything is on track.
Thank you. I'll watch to see that gets updated. Again, this report is for end of May. I'm looking now at the Manluck annual maintenance shutdown, and it's saying it's 50% done. Shutdown was done. Are we more than 50% complete? Through the chair to administration.
Through the chair to council. Currently, this is not updated as it should be, and we are more than 50% done. You are correct.
Can you give me an estimate of percentage?
We are probably at about 95% done.
I anticipated that based on what we saw on the tour yesterday. Thank you, but I am going based off this report. More recreation. Top cap replacement on ball diamond fence. Says a due date of May 30th and 50% done. Is that reality? Through the chair to administration.
Through the chair to council. I believe all but one fence has been done, so that percentage might be at 85% done.
Anticipated completion date?
I think we just got held off by the recent weather, so it should be done within days.
Thank you. Al Larner, number 2 outfield fence replacement. Had also a due date of May 30th and is showing in this report 25% done. In the last comment says installation is scheduled to take place in April and May. Can I have an update on that?
Through the chair to council, that has not been completed yet, I believe, because the weather started in June and hasn't been that cooperative lately.
Okay, through the chair to administration, is estimated completion of 25% realistic? Is that reality?
The contractor has been picked and they've ordered the supplies, so they're ready to go, so that is probably correct.
Thank you. And can you give an anticipated, a newly anticipated date, since we didn't make May 30th?
Through the chair to council, I would expect that would be complete within the next month.
Within the month of June or within the month of July?
Within the next month.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Branco and administration. That concludes my questions from the city manager's monthly report.
Any further questions? If not, I do have one. Going back to my colleague, Councillor White, regarding the plugs at the shop there. Correct me if I'm wrong, we're $12,000 over budget and we need to come back and decide. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, the project budget was $6,000. The tenders came in at $12,000. We have stalled the project because we do not have enough money for it. So we will be coming back to council to either look at revising the scope or increasing funds.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know, if we started the work or not yet. That's all I have to ask. I'd like to have a motion. Councillor Hoyle.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor. Through the chair. So, do we know what compliance is for business licenses? What the compliance rate is?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, we would have to take that as an information request.
Okay, thank you. Enforcement services, we list encampments. Can somebody, Kevin, just touch on what the process is when we do get a call about an encampment? And especially ones that are on private land, what would that look like when some of your team got the call?
Through the chair to council, you're looking for how enforcement services or the RCMP would handle an encampment call? Is that?
Pardon me, sorry. So if you get a citizen or anybody calling and saying, I see an encampment, what is the process if it's on city-owned land, and is it the same if it's on a private property?
Through the chair to council. So enforcement services and RCMP would investigate the call and see if there is an encampment. An encampment is considered even one tent or one cardboard shelter, and we would go investigate and see if there is anybody in that location. If there is, generally we would ask them to move on, and in a lot of cases the individual would just comply and move on, and then they would take most of the stuff with them. We would take the rest and clean up, and it would be over with. For those larger encampments, then we would go into the encampment and give them notice that we are going to clean up the encampment within the next 24 hours. And then they have an opportunity to pack up their stuff and leave before we come in and clean that up. We would then go in and previous to that 24-hour time period expired, we'd go in just before other city crews, likely Public Works, came in and cleaned it up. We would go in and ensure that the camp was clear, there was nobody there, and there were no weapons available. And then Public Works would, or barriers or traps or hidden things, and then Public Works could go in and clean the encampment up.
And there was some chatter in the community over the last couple of weeks about a program that you have that you can have private owners sign up so that you have the authority to go directly on their land without permission. Do you have a lot of businesses, private property owners that have signed up for that program?
Through the chair to council. So what you're talking about there is the agent of property status.
Correct.
So that means any business in the community, they could ask Enforcement Services, RCMP, to be agents for their business to enforce trespass notices. So that means that the business, for example, wouldn't have to ask everybody to leave all the time. They could just phone Enforcement Services, RCMP, and they would come and they could tell the people to move because they are agents of that property. And they have already been given that permission by the property owner to move those individuals out of that property.
And so would that apply to some of the larger properties we see on the outskirts that are privately owned? How do you get in, or how do you get permission to remove encampments from property that the city doesn't own?
Through the chair to council, what you're saying is exactly the process that needs to take place. If there's encampments on a private field and that individual or owner of that property doesn't care, there's not a lot that the city can do. If they've instructed us to be agents of their property, then we can go in there and do something.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not, can I have a vote to receive this as information? All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would like to move we go in camera, please, closed session.
Thank you. I'd like to have a motion to move into camera. All of those in favor?
He's on.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can I have a motion to come out of camera? Counselor White,
I move we come out of camera.
thank you. All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And we will take a Mother Nature break and be back at 11:30.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody is refreshed to start the war again. We will move on to item 10.1, staff reports.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As you're aware, Deputy Chief was recently called out on an emergency. He was here to represent the Fire Services Department as the Fire Chief is currently away on vacation. Wetaskiwin Fire Services presented the draft updated mutual aid agreement to Council during the June 9th regular City Council meeting to receive feedback and respond to Council's questions. Administration is now looking for Council's approval to move forward with the agreement as presented. Any questions? I will try my best to answer in the absence of the Chief and Deputy Chief, or take your questions and get back to you through the formal information request. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council approves the county mutual aid agreement update as presented.
Any debate? Wow, this is a good one. All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We will move on to item 10.2, Council's chamber upgrade.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're happy to be here today to discuss again the approved 2025 capital budget to support continued operational effectiveness of our council chambers. Am I on? Okay. Council chambers upgrade. So at this time, due to the historic nature of the building and its furnishings, creating an effective functional space for council has some complexities, and we're looking to maintain and consider and preserve its heritage. So administration has prepared potential layouts for council's review and decision. So looking to that, aside from these proposed layouts, council may direct admin to investigate other layouts. It is possible that depending on the arrangements of another layout, there may be additional costs or implications, or there may be historic resource management branch in the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Status Women due to the City Hall status as a Alberta Registered Historic Places. So with that, I'd like to ask if there's any questions or to walk through some of the examples. We do have the examples available in the report. Potentially it could be put up on the screen.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I'll make a motion shortly, but I guess more of a comment first. I did send in an FIR and got a little bit of information back in regards to the heritage considerations that this room and building has. Not all of the information has been provided, but administration is looking for I guess, direction and what we're going to do. So since we don't have all of the information as far as the considerations, and I know that there are many in the community and many in this room want to keep the heritage of this room, I am going to bring forward a motion that will maintain the heritage, but yet still take a look at some of modernizing the way that we conduct our business within the chambers. So having said that, I move that council directs administration to develop seating options for council chambers that ensure council members are all seated together at the same level, and introduce a modern design, introduce a design into council chambers while maintaining the traditional aesthetics of the room. And that administration report back to council with options on or before August 14th, 2026. And I'd like to speak to that just a little bit.
Go ahead, Dean.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. In the report, we did have some designs, but one of them wasn't to have us all at the same level. The idea of what my motion is to actually to keep this bench within the room, but to move us all into an area that we were all as peers at the same level without having to spend a whole lot of money within this chamber. So I think that it's something.
Not just a-
Well, yeah, so where I'm going with this is that then this option, when that could be brought back by the 14th, would be then it, because this option is not part of what was presented to us today.
CAO has a question, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm with Councillor Billingsley, did you mean it for the August meeting? Because that's August 11th, not the 14th. It's the July meeting is on the 14th.
I guess my question then would be to administration, is the 11th of August probably better time frame?
It's, yeah, because otherwise we're not back until September. And if we haven't, I know sometimes we don't hear back from the province very quickly, but if we haven't, by the August 11th meeting, we could report back to council that we haven't and then push it to the September meeting if we need to.
So I'll amend that to the 11th from
Perfect.
the 14th. Thank you.
You had their hand. Councillor Nielsen. Councillor Nielsen?
Yep. Slowly thinking.
Is your microphone on?
Slowly thinking. I'm just looking at the motion that's been presented, and I want to be clear in what I'm voting for or not. You're simply asking for another option?
Correct.
That ensures that option has everyone seated at the same level.
Correct.
You're not saying you're voting for a seating option that means everybody's at the same level.
Not at this point.
Thank you. I'm good, Mr. Mayor, thank you, if that's the intention and understood to be the intention.
Councillor Aberline?
Thank you, Mayor Bronco. Through the chair to council, as the motion is currently written, I will not support it. I appreciate Councillor Billingsley's comment about maintaining the judge's bench. I am very strict on maintaining the judge's bench and the wood paneling and the radiators, and at least the two edges of the original gateways and the bars where they currently sit. And so that is the only motion that I am willing to vote in favor of. Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor White?
I'm going to support this motion because I'm in favor of seeing options, but it is unlikely that in the end it's an option I will choose to support. But I want to see the option presented.
I would like to know if this option, do we remove the carpet or not? Because we've been asking for quotes for carpet, or do we leave it? Or like, I find the option very vague, but until we have a drawing, I would just like to say, no matter what we do here, some of us are not going to be happy, some of us will be happy, and we have to come to a conclusion, because I don't think we can go on for another year of deciding what the council chamber is going to look like. We either upgrade. I personally would like to just see upgrading of new technology. My opinion, of course, we're all going to have different opinions, but we need to have a solid, I think we need a solid, what's the word I'm looking for? Decision, so we can move on, because I don't think we can keep going on, moving on. So I will support your motion, Dean, to have a new plan, but may not be what we're going to get. So, any further questions? So a motion's on the table to bring to August the 11th, if I'm correct, a different design for our council chamber. Councillor Billingsley.
Just for clarification, it will be added as another option, not just this option.
Thank you very much for correcting me. All of those in favor on the motion of opposed? Carried. Thank you, Dean, and we will have, Councillor White.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I'd like some help crafting my motion, but I need a similar motion because I would like to see an option that's we update the IT and update the carpet and no changes to the furniture in this room.
Through the chair to Councillor White, we already have the carpet as a separate charter, so that one we don't need to worry about. The technology was also covered in an existing charter to be updated, so I think the best route is going to be the last part you said about the furniture. We can just make that as a separate motion that...
No change to furniture or layout.
Right.
Thank you. I'd like to see that as an option.
If I may speak to that, what about the, since you're doing that no layout, well, I guess we have to make a different motion if we want to upgrade the technology. Our speakers, our cameras, would that be a different motion?
No, Mr. Mayor, those are included in the existing charter already. That's going to happen regardless. I guess the wild card piece that we're looking at is what does the room look like and what does the furniture, the layout and the furniture are the two big pieces that we need to sort out.
Okay, so we are voting on a new motion by Councillor Laura White on to keep the same furniture. Or Laura, can you repeat the motion so we can understand it?
Yep, thank you to administration who quickly drafted this for me. It's very close to what I'm looking for. My motion is that council directs administration to develop a seating option for council chambers that ensures no changes to the furniture currently in the room, and the administration report back to council with option on or before August 11th. I'm good with that motion. Thank you, administration.
Thank you. Any debate on that motion? Okay, everybody ready for the question? All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We will move on to, did we already do 10.3? No. 10.3, Yellowhead Library.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to do a quick introduction. We did have a couple of things going on at the same time. So Yellowhead Regional Library has had fee requests for all of their members, which we are a member of. And in the meantime, I was working with Councillor Billingsley to come up with motions that may or may not still be valid. And so we do have members from our library here to speak to these changes and do a presentation for council, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carla Palachuk. I am the director of Yellowhead Regional Library located in Spruce Grove. Tara Elwood, who is the chair of Yellowhead and the mayor of Alberta Beach, had to leave because of a family emergency, so now you just get me. So what I would like to do, I understand that our presentation had been provided to you already. What I would like to do is take a few minutes to explain Yellowhead as well as speak to our request. Yellowhead Regional Library was formed in 1971 as a intermunicipal agreement between 54, which is now 54 municipalities and 3 school divisions. what this was an opportunity for municipalities to come together and figure out how they can best support collectively literacy and public libraries in their own areas. So our area goes from Swan Hills down to Wetaskiwin over to the Alberta-BC border. We have 44 public libraries, 44 school libraries that we currently support. So the municipality signs an agreement to accept services from Yellowhead. This agreement outlines what we provide and how we provide it. It's things like bulk purchasing of books, internet, technology, training, resources. So what we end up doing is taking the big infrastructure items away from the public libraries so that they can focus on what they do best, which happens to be support communities. And as I said, this is a 55-year-old intermunicipal agreement. So what we then do is, for Yellowhead, what we do is ensure that our strategic plan matches our libraries as much as we can. We develop it by looking at your strategic plan. And we exist in order to support the libraries, to support economic prosperity by offering things like skills and job training, computers to do e-learning, distance learning. We support social and cultural life through the libraries by offering local collections, by providing social connections, access, and we support infrastructure and sustainability as libraries share resources. So there's a lot of sharing. Libraries have been called the ultimate recycler. And we also look at things like local workshops and training and support. So what we do is help your library enable access to information, ideas, the internet, equitable access, and learning development. Sorry, apologies, I've had a cold for the last couple of days. Our strategic compass, our strategic plan, which was also provided to administration, is a circle. We decided to break away from a rectangle and go with a circle instead. And at the center of everything that we do is relationships. So for us, each library is not a cookie cutter. It has to be looked at from the perspective of what their local environment is, what their community is, what technology and other supports do they need. And we divide our services and look at that from each individual location. Like every other institution right now, we're working in a volatile, ambiguous, and constantly changing environment, which has impacted how we deliver services. In some cases, it has meant that we get to do things differently, including futuring, acting as a different hub, crisis management, change management. So we tend to look at how can we support the libraries, and can we look 4 to 6 to 8 to 3 years ahead. So our annual report for 2025 was also provided to administration for information. Some of the highlights I would like to hit is, if anybody says to you print books are dead, they are not. We moved 2.03 million items through our facility in Spruce Grove. We have also noticed a higher use rate coming out of the Wetaskiwin Library, as there is over 13,000 print items that have been borrowed by your residents in 2025. Print is not dead. Yellowhead supports the cost of purchasing those books. We get anywhere between a 30% and 60% discount on the purchase price. We do not pay shipping or handling because our vendors love us and we have really good relationships with them. And we also pay minimally for any processing or labels and stickers that the libraries require on their items, which can add about $1.15 per title. So there is a cost there that the vendors are very open to working with us to drive it down. We support all of the technology coming into your library. So we negotiate pricing on computers and infrastructure that might be needed, including printers, which can also see a 30 to 40% discount. It comes from the library's budget, but we do the negotiation, the setup. We also provide all of the technology licensing, so Microsoft Office licenses, training and support comes from the Yellowhead. The training and support is one area that has also increased in 2025, and Wetaskiwin's use of our training resources to over 100 hours of training support. 2 years ago, that was about 6 hours. So there has been a significant uptake in training support asked for by your library director for her staff or herself. And this training goes from anything from how to run a library straight through to how to do trauma-informed care, how to customer service training, librarian's guide to homelessness training, and crucial conversations, so how to de-escalate conversations. The training modules are paid for by out of Yellowhead. Our e-resources are seeing, as everything else in libraries, a spike in use and a spike in costing. E-books are incredibly expensive to pay for, and a single title can cost a library up to $80 per title for 25 circulations. So we work together with other regional library systems in the province to share our resources, share our money, and drive those costs down as far as we can. Yellowhead now is part of a North America-wide initiative to work with the publishers to try to drive the costs down. So we're working through the Canadian Urban Libraries Council, of which Yellowhead is a member, as well as the Urban Library Council in the United States. For 2026, our continuing priorities this year is completing of a public library computer project. We are installing monitoring and safety software on every public machine in our system. That's over 800 computers. What this will do is prevent cyber threats, cybersecurity threats, and any phishing or other nasty things that can come onto a public computer, thereby protecting Yellowhead's network and your community. We are limiting our risk by moving some core software to cloud-hosted solutions. That is going to be saving our partnership about $130,000 a year and maintaining and actually enhancing the quality of our uptime and service. We have been supporting our member library staff managers in developing the new privacy legislation that is required, as well as new procedures, and the Wetaskiwin director actually came down for a full day to work in concert with other libraries to make sure that they were doing things in concert with each other and learn from our staff and also from each other. And we also, last year and this year, implemented something called the Patron Incident Tracking System, or PITS, which is a horrible title, but what it does is allow library staff to be consistent in recording any incidences that may result in a ban or a tracking of customer behavior. Our current additional priorities for the board include advocacy. They've been heavily involved with the development of regulations relating to Bill 28 and the impact that that will have on public library service. So about the money, every year we send out a return on investment form that outlines your membership levy, but also how that money supports and comes back into your community. So for 2025, for every $1 invested was $18.54 provided back to your library, either through goods or a cost avoidance. Again, and I have already mentioned this, that includes all the technology, software, hardware. Yellowhead owns and pays for and maintains all the networking software in your library, including the Wi-Fi service, and that is on permanent loan to your library. And it's on our insurance. What that means is when something happens to it, we replace it at Yellowhead. We do the installations of it. And in Jasper's case, when they were impacted by the fire, their networking equipment was as well, and we were able to talk to the vendor to get new equipment at no cost. And that is because we do have such good relationships with all of these vendors. Wetaskiwin has made heavy use of our kits and materials this year, avoiding $11,000 worth of IT costs for makerspace kits, Cricut, button-making kits in particular. That's a really popular thing for libraries to take. So this year, our board is made up of one representative from every community that is a member. Our executive is made up of 5 members that are elected in and 5 that are from our largest communities. They have been discussing the Yellowhead levy for the last 9 years, and this year they made the call to request an increase from $4.85 per capita to $5.60 per capita, or a total increase of 75 cents. Because of our master membership agreement, this exceeds the 2.5% COLA increase that we have been able to ask. Therefore, we are coming to council to request consideration that you accept the proposed increase of 75 cents per capita for 2027. What this does is it protects Yellowhead, and it provides stability for our services. Our libraries and our communities rely on our shared services, including expertise, technology, and collections. And over time, because Yellowhead did not do a significant increase for 11 years, we are now playing catch up. We have been able to operate up until this point through drawing down of reserves. Our reserves right now are at a place where our auditor is comfortable with, and we are reluctant to drive down any further. We need the cash reserves in order to pay the bills, to pay the vendors, and to maintain operations if our provincial operating grant is late. And that's what happened this year. So we used our reserves until the funding comes in. So on behalf of the board, we are requesting consideration for a 75 cent per capita increase starting in 2027. And I'm happy to answer any questions in that very quickly said presentation that may or may not have muddied the waters.
Can I have a motion, please?
Mayor Bronco, I move that council accepts
Thank you.
the Yellowhead Regional Library presentation on June 23rd, 2026 as information. I just have I think just one quick question, and it just popped as you last said it. Is the request 75 cents per capita or 85 cents per capita?
Chair to council, the request is actually 75 cents per capita, not 85.
Okay.
I'm not sure how that 85 cents keeps on popping into this presentation.
Interesting, yeah.
It is a ghost PowerPoint thing, and it is 75 cents. I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you. And the next motion will be that we direct this to look at it when it comes to budgets. So that's just for administration to catch that what is said and not what we see with our own eyes.
Chair to council, every document that we have sent, with the exception of this PowerPoint, reflects 75 cents.
And then just as an aside, and this will, but I appreciate what libraries do. I appreciate, I had a short stint on our local library board, and I didn't fully understand what YRL did until I understood it better when, it's when I first met Councillor White, truly met Councillor White. And I appreciate what you do. When we're looking at per capita, the library serves more than our per capita though. So is that impact the services that we get or the money we may receive back from YRL? Thank you.
Chair to council, if I understand your question correctly, the quote that we provide is only on your reported population as outlined by Alberta Municipal Affairs. So even though you are, and the county of Wetaskiwin is also a member of Yellowhead, so they pay on their population, you pay on your population, and then there is some fund transfer of about $3,300 that comes from some of the outlying communities directed to Wetaskiwin Public Library that flows through Yellowhead.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor White, and then Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Through the chair to council, and to our presenter, it has been a privilege to represent you to the board for YRL. And I do appreciate the services that YRL provides to our library that then in turn serves our community. Can you, through the chair to Carla, our presenter, can you please speak to the approval process, the 2/3 and 2/3 piece?
Through the chair to Councillor White, Yellowhead's master membership agreement outlines a process for this type of thing. What we are required to do is get 2/3 of our municipalities voting in favor, that 2/3 has to represent 2/3 of our total population served. So for this particular motion, we are required to get 36 municipalities voting in favor, representing over 280,000 residents. And so we might get it on population if the large libraries and the large municipalities vote for it, but lose on the number because if the small libraries or small communities vote against it, or the other way around. So if the larger communities disagree with a motion and vote against it, we will lose it on population. So it's very clearly a check and balance in this. So that is the process that we are following, is the 2/3, 2/3. I do. I have an update as of this morning, which is as of this morning, we now have 43 municipalities out of the 54 voting in favor of the motion. We have 6 more pending, and we are right now at a 91% response rate for the total number of municipalities, and we have exceeded the 280,000 population benchmark. So at this point, the motion has been accepted to accept the 75-cent per capita increase.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Carla, thank you very much for your presentation. I see that YRL is definitely a very needed and well-used resource in our community. You talked about that this is requesting consideration, but now it's as long as we want to be a member of YRL, this increase will happen. Is that fair to say?
Chair to Councillor Billingsley, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
My question then will be to administration. How do we account for the payment to YRL? Is it part of the dollars that we give to the library and then they pay YRL, or do we as a city pay YRL directly?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I'd have to look at our budget to confirm which one it comes out of.
Where I'm going with this is that I know that we have kind of two parts with the library expense, whether it's the facility and then as well as the operating grant that we give to them. What I'd like to know is, in the operating grant that we give to the library, does that include the YRL's portion? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'd have to pull up Questica and take a look.
Councillor White?
Thank you, Mayor Branco. To Councillor Billingsley, I am confident that the YRL membership is not part of our funding to our local library. The agreement is between this council and YRL, and we pay it directly. It is not it is separate from what we allocate to the library for their operating.
Thank you. And if I may ask a question, do we have cost sharing with the county on this, or do we pay directly to the YRL, or does the county pay directly to the YRL?
Through the chair to council, there is no cost sharing agreement with the county on this, so we would pay it directly.
Thank you. So, in other words, we don't need to have a second motion to bring this to a budget. It's automatically, we have to budget it when we do our budget in the fall.
Through the chair to council, you could make a motion to fund it separately, or you could make a motion to have the library adjust their budget to cover this amount.
So to ask my colleagues, do you want to keep it simple and just write them a check, or do we have to go through the library? Councillor Billingsley, then Councillor White.
I think that what you just stated is more of a budgetary discussion than it is today. If the city believes, and through the library, that YRL is a needed service and a well-used service within our community, and we want to continue to use YRL services, this is how much you will be paying. And that is not up for negotiation. Potentially at budget, then we can talk about whether or not you want the library to make up the difference, pay the whole thing, and that would be more of a budget discussion than it would be today.
Councillor White?
Thank you. Through the chair, just for clarity, the city is the member of YRL, and so it is the city that pays the membership, not the Wetaskiwin Public Library. So it's our city budget that pays for our membership for YRL services. That's just a point of clarification. I have no further comments and am prepared to accept this as information and have that be the final motion related to this presentation.
Thank you. All of those in favor of accepting this as information? Carried. Thank you.
Mayor Bronco?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I would like to, for clarity's sake, make the second motion to make sure that it does appear at budget. So I would move that council directs administration to bring forward the Yellowhead Regional Library request for consideration during the 2027 operating budget deliberations. Thank you. And that's the motion. And the reason I'm doing that is I want to make sure that even some of the conversation we just had in the last motion will continue in, I don't know what month we're doing it, November, October, November, that will continue as to, do we agree to this 75-cent increase and our membership to it? So, thank you.
Any further questions? All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will move on. I believe we have two more, then we'll go into before closed item, we'll break for lunch. We have one more, city manager's council procedure. Item number 12.1.
Good morning, Council.
Councillor Aberley.
I move the council give first reading to the council procedural amending bylaw 2111-26 as presented. And I have no questions or comments.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I guess probably Ledge Services, is at what point in this process would it be best to pick one of the options as far as our scheduling?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that is item number 5 on the list. So the bylaw approval is first, and then the final one is adjusting which schedule you want. Yeah, and Jackie had updated me before she had to take off that she put a couple of options in there, and council may choose to go with a completely different option, but what she did was she stuck with the council days that are existing and then just played with the committee of the whole.
Okay, so as far as The discussion will happen at 5, I guess. Is that?
Yeah, like you
Okay.
would, yeah, any discussions around the bylaw, and I just assumed because the motion was made that you don't want the report, you've seen this before, the changes are the same as what was discussed at the last P&T, and then the final piece would be that choosing options for the schedule.
Thank you.
Councillor White?
Thank you. I intend to support this motion, but I do have a point of clarification that I'd like administration to address. Through the chair to administration, will committee of the whole as well as regular council meetings be open to public attendance? Question number 1.
Through the chair to Councillor White, yes to both.
Will they be recorded?
Yes to both.
Will recordings be posted and broadcast?
They will be, both will be posted. The only one that is broadcast is council because the broadcasting system is set up in this room. The only thing we have set up in the other room is the team, so we will record it and then post it to our YouTube page.
Thank you. May I have a follow-up question, Mayor Branco?
Please.
Through the chair to administration, I don't see the public attendance recording and posting of recordings in this bylaw. Is it in another policy? Sorry, can you tell me where I can find that in either another bylaw or policy?
It should be in this one, so I'm just having a look through.
Man, I could not find it.
Okay. I know the wording around it says the city may, and the reason that the lawyers had suggested that we put that around there is because if we have technology problems and we can't live stream, so the live streaming is the only one that has the qualifications on there. Hang on just one second. I believe it's in section 7. Section 7.9, the city may provide live streaming of council meetings and statutory public hearings under Part 17, but is not required to do so.
Mayor Branco?
Go ahead.
Through the chair to council, I had really wanted to see something around public attendance and the recording in this bylaw, if it's not in another policy. And so I think I'm not prepared to support this, and I had fully intended to, assuming that the recording and public attendance was addressed somewhere else.
Through the chair to Councillor White, I'm wondering if we could just add in a statement about the posting of the recording, but the public attendance is required through the MGA. So council meetings must be open to the public, and both committee of the whole and regular council meetings are meetings of council.
Can you say the statement again? Meetings of council are open to the
Must
public?
be open to the public, yes.
And that's in the MGA? Okay, I'm good with that part.
Yep. And so I thought I had added something in here about the posting, but what we could do is we could just amend them, like we could amend the bylaw to include a statement about posting the recordings, and then we could just approve the bylaw as amended instead of presented, if that works for you. I thought it was in there, but I can't seem to find it right now.
Councillor Hoyle?
I concur with Councillor White. However, I also understand that with technology, it's not always reliable, and I would hate for us to have to stop a meeting until our technology cooperated, which would be what would happen if we made a statement to that effect. Or were you referring just to the statement that they would be posted wherever possible?
Yeah, Yeah, I do remember the conversation when we were in P&T, and the comment was that we will be recording them. I wonder if we word it the similar way to the live streaming where council may post recordings to the city's YouTube channel.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I hadn't really thought about this, but I too would hate to have meetings, I won't say hijacked because that's not fair, but put on pause because of a technology that may or may not be able to be resolved in that day. So, and I think the intent is we will have them broadcast or uploaded, but sometimes things are not in your control when it comes to technology, and I would hate to cancel a meeting because of a computer glitch.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. I appreciate the attendance is in-person attendance is cared for through the MGA, and I don't want to amend this bylaw on the fly, so I'm prepared to support it as is, and if and when we come up with a wording that won't wording around recordings and posting of recordings that won't disrupt the function of these meetings, then I'll support an update or an amendment in the future. So I intend to support this as it is.
So can somebody read to me what we're voting on, clarifications, and we're going to go on this motion?
Yeah. So the motion is that council give first reading to council procedural amending bylaw 2111-26 as presented.
Okay, we had debate. All of those in favor? Carried.
I move that council give second reading to council procedural amending bylaw 2111-26 as presented.
Any debate? All of those in favor? Carried.
I move that council give unanimous consent to go to third reading of the council procedural amending bylaw 2111-26.
Any debate? All in favor? Carried.
And I move that council give third and final reading to the council procedural amending bylaw 2111-26 as presented.
Any debate? See none? All those in favor? Carried. Go ahead. Go ahead, Laura. Then Councillor Billingsley.
No, I'll let Councillor Billingsley. He was quicker. He gets to go first.
I move that City Council approves the revised council meeting schedule option 4A.
4 or 4? Is there 4A?
No, there isn't.
Or just a 4 or 3, right?
There's 4. However, there is amendments to it. And I'll speak to where we can have some debate. I do like the idea of committee of the whole beginning at 9 a.m., where a lot of the work discussion can happen. I personally would rather see committee of the whole on the same day as council. So, and potentially even in having on the 14th and the 28th, in other words, same as council day. I have concerns that if we have it opposite of council weeks that, because of timing with real life outside of these walls, that we're not going to have full participation, whereas we've blocked off a day, we're here. Obviously, there's concerns of burnout of a very long day, but if we end up having committee of the whole on the same day as council, hopefully it wouldn't be an 8-hour meeting of committee of the whole. And as well, if we have concluded all of the committee of the whole work during the first meeting of the month, and there's no reason to have a committee of the whole meeting the following, or in 2 weeks, that meeting could be canceled. Or we could do planning and training or whatever. I also think that moving a regular council meeting to 4 p.m. may alleviate some community concerns that council meetings are during business hours and it's difficult for people to attend. We will see whether or not people do come if this ends up coming forward. So my suggestion, and we can talk about this, is to move committee of the whole to the same days as regular council meetings, beginning at 9 a.m. The second meeting of the month may or may not happen, depending on the amount of discussion that it has had. And then from there, having council start at 4 p.m.
Sue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Billingsley, I know you said option 4A, but option 4 suggests one committee of the whole meeting a month. Are you suggesting that we actually schedule it for both, and then if we don't need it, we just cancel one?
Correct.
Okay.
Councilor Laura White?
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Through the chair to council, I appreciate the proposed amended option 4 put forward by Councillor Billingsley, and I intend to support it.
Any debate? Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to the proponent of the motion. Whatever that meant. I'm in full agreement with most of what you're proposing. I'm trying to understand the time frame between 9 a.m. and then the commencement of the second meeting at 4. Is there an assumption that committee of the whole would run 7 hours? Or are we looking at having a 2 or 3 or 4 hour break between committee of the whole and regular council meeting?
That would be this group's decision to make. If we end up having, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to leave the second meeting in, right? That it ends up being because otherwise if we go to 9 till 3:30 or 4 o'clock and then begin council, that's a very long day, right? And we certainly then, if there's work that needs to be done, could move it to the following week. Now, could we have a 5-hour gap? Absolutely. Part of the discussion that I've had with some of you in administration is bringing back an informal meeting that council has with our CAO. We used to call it the dinner meeting, where we would just sit and bond, team building, right? And there would be time for that as well.
Thank you. I've had the great fortune of sitting into meetings starting at 9 and going into the evening time. And there are occasions when the length of the day has an impact on ability of a group to stay focused and making mindful decisions. Yeah, so that would be a concern that I have, is that when we're talking about the time to make decisions, will we be at our best in terms of amount of time we spent in the day?
And I understand what you're saying, but part of the reason why we're formally having committee of the whole is to move a lot of the non-decision making rhetoric, that's terrible, discussion to committee of the whole, as opposed to grouping it in to making regular council meeting becomes a decision making, and the other things, presenters would be in the morning.
So through the chair to administration, when we decide on a schedule, if down the road we're finding it is cumbersome or not as effective as we were hoping it to be, is it as easy as simply making a motion to amend that meeting schedule?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, possibly. So your bylaw states that you can make a different decision if there's new and compelling information, so we could likely rely on that as the trigger to bring it back before the 6 months if needed.
Thank you. I'm good to support my colleague across the table.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to council. Sorry, Councillor Billingsley, I cannot. I love the idea, and I will always vote in favor of something that has the regular council meeting at 4 p.m. because that is something I've argued for hard. I like four the way it is. I appreciate that we all have other things to do. I am concerned about the long days and then putting, after what could be a long day of information, putting the decision making at the end of that. And that is my concern, is that we go through a whole day of information being thrown at us, and that was probably poorly worded, but we digest a lot of information and then tired, fatigued, brain heavy, go into the really important decision making later at the end of that day. So my preference would be to see committee of the wholes on a completely separate day where we have time to digest information, look at what is being done, and then we put on decision maker's hat during those 2 other Tuesdays. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. My only argument to that would be concern about people going on holidays. Where for myself, I'll schedule holidays in between the 2-week period. Whereas then you would be missing the committee of the whole meeting. That would be my argument to that. Or a council meeting.
Or coming in virtually, because that is always our option. And so I appreciate the reasoning.
I got you. Councillor Hoyle, I got you.
Thank you. Oh, you're good? Yeah. Thank you. Through the chair to administration, those long days will also affect you. And so what do you see as that looking like for your team that attends? Because Are you going to have to flex days? Like, what would that potentially look like, or is that putting you on the spot to come up with a response?
Through the chair to Councillor Hoyle, I think that's why they were presented the way that they were, but whatever council wants, we can work through it. We did have a discussion about only keeping people back for council who actually need to be here instead of the whole team being here, which just means that if there's information requests, we may need to take them as a FIR instead of being able to answer them, which I don't think should be a huge problem. The other thing we talked about was if there is a long day, we will bring in dinner for our team. Council is welcome to join us if they want. So we will just make sure that we're meeting all the labor requirements and giving breaks and that sort of stuff, and only keeping necessary staff back to manage that function.
Thank you for that. I will support the motion as it stands, because as we have said, if compelling information, which means we all can't make it through a 14-hour day consistently, we could look at bringing it back. So as it stands, I will accept it at this time.
Question to administration. We've been doing this since we got elected. We voted on the days. How much the work that we're doing now compared to work that's going to come up with this change of dates, is the work, let's say the workload the same or less? And the cost is going to be more, correct?
Through the chair to council, it should be the same. I mean, it'll be slightly more given the current processes of P&T being a lot less structured, but we already do committee of the whole and we already put information packages together. It's just going to be a lot more formalized than we have right now, which needs to happen. We're currently offside with the way that P&T is being run. So it could potentially cause a little bit of extra work, but I don't think it's going to be onerous.
So there's no overtime when our staff is working from 4 till 8 at night, plus the days they have, and also the extra time for council? Because I'm sure we all looked at this very closely when we decided to pick the dates we were going to do it. Now we're changing it again.
The majority of people that would attend council are on salary, but for those that are on hourly, we could, I mean, yes, there would be an overtime component if they chose not to take time in lieu. But I don't imagine for twice a month it's going to be a whole lot.
And for the councilors, members itself, it's more some another day that basically we lose half a day's. Councilor Billings, I got you.
Thank you. To the mayor, there is no date change. These are the same dates that we already have. So we already are doing P&T in the afternoon as per se council. It's basically a time shift. It isn't, the dates are the same. And structure.
My question then, if it's the same, why are we making a motion to change it, to add this on? If we have the same hour, the same time, go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
As through the chair, to the chair, as administration said, it's the structure of the committee of the whole that puts us, I won't say at risk, but not being compliant of how we were conducting an informal meeting in a formal setting. So that's the reason why.
Any further questions? So the motion is for...
Could we have the motion read again, please?
Sure. I move that City Council approves the revised schedule meeting schedule with Committee of the Whole beginning at 9 a.m. on regular council meeting or council days, with council starting at 4 p.m.
So we're going to option 4.
No. Amended. Count, to the mayor, the option 4 states July 21st when council is on the 14th and 28th. My amending motion is to have committee of the whole on the same days, the 14th and the 28th, not the 21st.
So then you're saying, just a little correction, so you're going to 4A like you started at the beginning then, to change that.
Essentially.
Thank you. Councillor White.
I stand down.
So Councillor Billings, the only change would be July the 21st removed to have it, the committee of the whole on the 14th or the 28th, correct?
No. It would be then committee of the whole in July, August, September, October listed here would be on those same days as council. Committee of the whole will be scheduled for the same days as the regular council meetings. Commencing at 9 a.m., regular council meeting commencing at 4 p.m. If a committee of the whole meeting is not required for the second meeting of the month, with enough notice, it could be canceled.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, the schedule would stay the same, so the second and fourth Tuesdays of every month, with committee of the whole starting at 9 a.m. and regular council meetings starting at 4 p.m. Yeah.
I understand. So to me, I'm looking at, so the only thing changed would just remove the committee of the whole July the 21st.
There's one committee of the whole meeting every month, so it would be removed every month, and it would be put on the same day as the regular council meetings.
Well, I thought that's what I said. Okay, I got you now. Councillor White.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. Part of my rationale in supporting this motion is that 2 reasons. One, it gives us a good trial period from now through October to try it out, see how this new structure works for us. And it keeps the same schedule that we agreed to previously. And for those of us on council, as you as mayor and as administration, to keep the same dates blocked in our calendar for doing council business. No change to the schedule. So that's also part of why I intend to support this.
Thank you. Any further debate on option 4? I'll call the motion. Dean, can you read the motion, please, Dean, so we can get clarification? Councillor. Thank you very much. All of those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I think we will break for lunch and be back at 1:15.
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I would like to make a motion to go into closed meeting, please.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We have one more item on the regular council agenda. I put it in on under new agenda.
I'm sorry.
No, that's quite all right.
Okay.
It's,
Go ahead.
I have been requested to seek from council a letter of support on behalf of the Wetaskiwin Boys and Girls Club. They are in the process of making their intent known that they would like to host what's called a kickstand hub here in Wetaskiwin. They're looking for money from the federal and provincial governments. Wetaskiwin is one of 6 communities that was actually approached saying, are you interested in becoming a hub? And this provides mental health, addiction supports for youth and their families between the ages of 11 and 25. And it's an integrated health program. And a number of agencies came together originally, and in the end, the Boys and Girls Club, with the endorsement of all the other agencies, have indicated they would be the best agency suited to make application, and if successful, actually run a hub. So with that in mind, I have circulated sort of a draft of what the letter could look like and information on the Kickstand non-for-profit program. And so I would like to make a motion, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please go ahead, Wayne.
Thank you. I would move that Council directs administration to provide a letter of support to the Boys and Girls Club of Wetaskiwin in support of their application to operate a kickstand hub in Wetaskiwin.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Question, Wayne. So the city, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. To the chair himself, Councillor Nielsen provided us, and I'm not sure if you received it.
No, he did not.
No.
Oh, there's a letter of support signed by yourself, and I guess my question to you would be, would you be willing to sign this letter of support?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Yes, I would. And that's what I was going to ask. So what, do we just make a motion to have administration email that to the, or email or send it to the Boys and Girls Club?
No, what would happen, Mr. Mayor, if the motion is passed, they would put it on a city letterhead and they would ask for your signature as the mayor.
Yes.
And then it would go over to the Boys and Girls Club to send off to the government.
No problem. More than glad to do that. Thank you. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Branco. I am, of course, in full support of this. There's nothing more important than supporting mental health. It's just a note is that I believe the official name now is BGC, Wetaskiwin.
Yep.
So I would request, whatever that word is, request that the letter just be changed to BGC and not Boys and Girls Club. Thank you.
I'd be happy
Okay.
to put that forward.
All of those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much for that, Wayne.
Thank you.
And I will make ask for a motion to go into closed session, please.
Moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Good afternoon and welcome back, everybody. I would entertain a motion to come out of closed session, please. And there's a race for it. Councillor White? So moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. Coming out of closed session, I believe we have one motion before us. It's coming. Okay, I thought maybe I was... So there's a motion before us. I'd ask someone to present that motion. Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
I move that City Council authorize the Deputy Mayor, Wayne Nielsen, to respond to Minister Williams' letter of May 12th, 2026.
Thank you very much. If there's any questions, comments? Seeing none, I would call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That motion is carried. I would like to take this moment to certainly thank all of council for the time you put in today, and in recognition of the time that we are at, we'll be adjourning the meeting, and we will not be holding P&T this afternoon. We'll have to pick that up next time around. So thank you for your time. I now adjourn this meeting. Thank you.